I have a feeling whatever... Never mind.
Here, have some bees.
What about... Everybody join in!
I'm fucking up now, man. Shit.
Yes! It's back on!
Okay, as much as we...
Where are you going, Dex?
We gotta drop those bitches.
What? Fucking... Why? You know what? Fuck this room. Good. I broke it. It's broken. Oh my god. Okay. What the shit happened? What? Good.
Where's the canister? Blown away. You'll never find it.
That's right. One enemy, 4 suplexes. Fell to death. Good job. Yeah, that was something. Why? What? Okay. His... What? Okay. Sure.
Yep.
God damn it. Fucking... Just go.
Sorry. Yeah, you got machines check anyway.
Shut the fuck up.
Cool, just flip upside down on the thing.
What the shit?
Wow. You warped at the wrong time.
Shit. Good. That's always appreciated. Oh no, these guys are not hard. Boop. Goodbye. Oh, that was fucking great. It's fine. Jesus. You fucking what, mate?
Oh, is he
He's already dead.
How the fuck did that
I
happen?
don't know.
I barely got into my mech.
I was so expecting this to be really fucking annoying, but...
Well, I didn't get anything useful out of that.
That's interesting. I didn't get anything useful either, but except for a highlight.
Self-scan complete. Bacterial infection has spread to the skin and pulmonary system. Medical report recorded to data bank. It is imperative you find a way to neutralize the infection.
Oh, dude. Oh, man. Joe, what the fuck? The psychic handling of the gun. That was delicious. Oh, that makes so much sense for this run. I'll just smash the civilian in the face with a rocket handle. Woohoo! And there was TK like, what do I pay you guys for? Oh, yes. So fucking yes, dude. That was amazing.
Hey, guess what?
What?
Greenhouse is gonna be good tomorrow.
Is everything's up. Everything's good. I like that. That's my favorite. I like it when things work. Mountain of the Dark Lord and the Bewitching Tower. Well, we certainly don't have the Bewitching Tower, but Mountain, where you at? Neither one of those are done for Splitty, so let's get it done. I've eaten, I have my preferred drink, I have a little bit of a headache, but meh. I'm back to my usual setup. Ooh. Hold on. I mean, is that worth it for the bonus? I really need something that gives me a bonus on inflicted purity. Or not purity, but paralysis. I really need a better umbrella. Here, I'm curious. Did I have a new Peppo that I had set aside for Phantom. I did. I'm gonna put that where the white tiger is, because I don't think that white tiger is all that worthy. Let me just, you know. Nah. Anyway. Actually, we're probably mostly going to be going hardcore purity here. Oh, right. I'm not brute. Look, if there's one thing that you learned from my stream as of recently, don't constantly switch between brute and anything else, really. You're gonna fuck yourself up. It's gonna be bad. I hate the fact that he auto turns around on recovery. Like, of all the things that could happen, why? Why auto turn around? Part of me is thinking, should I actually... Should I actually use the lightning bonk? Instead of Nupepo? Like, it's one thing to like I want to use setups that might be good versus using a setup I know is good. I know that using the Lightning Oni B is good. I know that getting hit a lot right there is not. Oh, thanks, camera. That was really cool. I got crossed up between Brute and realizing, like, oh yeah, this is Phantom. Oh my god, what have I done? What have I done to myself? But, like, I know that using a Lightning Oni B with this setup is good. I know, like, that's not within question. I genuinely hate the ground finisher that the split staff has. And, like, we just now saw a reason why. Because I did the ground finisher on that skeleton, and because the game is stupid, it changed my, what direction I was in relation to the thing I was targeting. And then suddenly a back dodge wasn't in the fucking direction I expected. Deeply irritating. Let's mess around with some of this. No. God. And I'm dead. Why? Because, like, this area, like, I don't know what it is about Twilight missions in particular, but the highest level stuff is, like, full of revenants that are heavy, super armor always fists, and they hit a ton, and it makes no sense how strong they are. So yeah, we're not going to do those on this mission because they are going to be full of bullshit. Just as a point of note. Not brute, dude. I'm auto-bamboozled by going back to the correct setup. Boop. Interesting. Yo, you're dead. Sure. Sure. Oh my god. Yo, what's up, Mundus? How's it going? You're gonna see a lot of comedy today, because recently I was trying a bunch of setups to see if I could find something new and interesting. And now I'm totally fucked around on what my inputs and timings and strategies are. But hi, how are you? Oh, you're doing good. Oh yeah. My country is a shitstorm of horrible things happening all the time. But I'm trying to ignore it by playing video games. I tried to get into Code Vein, but right from the start, I hated the fact that the artwork doesn't fit itself. It's like, you've got these, like, hyper-realistic environments, and then you've got giant anime eyes. Like, in a game like that, I really prefer that they pick one style and stick with it. If they wanted, like, realistic environments, then go with at least somewhat realistic characters. Or if you're gonna go with anime characters, give me an anime environment. Like, if you'd been here for any of my backlog streams, then I have a similar issue when it comes to, like, games that are based on anime where they can't seem to decide whether or not they want the, like, 2D flat image animation look or full 3D models. Pick one. It's not that complicated. Boop. Okay, good. I am thinking I might go back to the Oni-B. Yo, you should probably pick up a PlayStation 2 brawler called God Hand then. Because that combat has two flavors. It either A, makes you feel furious, or B, makes you feel like a badass. At least in my case at this point, there is no in between. I left this dude behind. I've already opened that door, so it's fine. That's actually my main game is God Hand, but like here lately I've just I don't know, I've been addicted to... No, yeah, like I've seen people in Toadygate running like magic spam builds, and I find myself staring at that just thinking like, why? You could literally play any other game and do that kind of thing. Why this one? Hell yeah, God Hand is goat. I run a God Hand Discord that is getting pretty close to 100 people, and it's honestly, like, not to toot my own horn, especially since I had no control over this fact, but that Discord is the most impressive Discord I've ever run, because, like, normally when I see communities get relatively large, especially when it's just made from, like, random groups of people, like, toxicity levels go up really, really quick, and if, like, there has to be police on the beat. Somebody, I didn't fire an arrow. Somebody has to be in there, like, kicking out people that are acting like dicks, etc., etc., but somehow, of all games, the God Hand Discord has actually been really comfy. And that surprises me, because for the most part, the God Hand community has not been good. Except here. Somehow it's amazing. They're in there working on, like, mods for the game and shit. Like, we've got a randomizer. I don't know why that didn't hit. There's people in there working on, like, models and figuring out how the infrastructure of the PS2 works in general. Okay. You know what? I've tired of your shit. Yeah, like, like I've been telling people, like, God Hand is a lot more difficult than Nioh 2 is, and I will stand by that. But it's kind of a different kind of a comparison, because Nioh 2, well, like, Nioh 2 is clearly more complicated. But, like, God Hand will fuck you up and not even look back. In a heartbeat. And the worst part about it is that in God Hand's case, when you're familiar with the design, you know it's fair, and you know that if you died, it was because you fucked up. Ah, too early. No help to the players, indeed. I've got like 18,000 plus hours of experience in God Hand. Also known as way too much. Sorry, but no. Also, I recently did some, and this is part of why my setup was changing around a lot. I recently did a whole lot of corruption tests. Like, I was going back and I was trying to think, like, maybe I just glommed onto purity for no reason. No. No, what the fuck, man? She just juggled me. Okay. I definitely pushed the dodge button, but okay. She wasn't having it. Bruh. Bruh, what the f- what? Where's my dodge button? Come on. Okay, I'll be real. I didn't even know that she could shoot projectiles. What the fuck? I definitely didn't know that she could do that. I didn't mean to do that. Am I gonna die because of that? Look, don't change your setups. Don't make massive, huge, giant changes to your setups. I think that's like what you should take away from the stream today, because I am so fucked up right now. Yo, what's up, Phoenix? Yo, yeah, the slime is fun. If I could get one that has the poisoned enemy anima bonus, that would be absolutely delicious. God damn it. Here, you know what? I'll be back. I'll be back to handle you. There's always some dickhead shooting at me from behind. Your head hurts. Yo, same. Do we, like... What do we do? Let's revolt. I didn't even input that dash, man. Game, why do you hate me right now? Like, we got a bunch of snow, which is not normal. In fact, we currently have a bunch of snow. You know what? I'm curious. Let's see. How much of that is visible? No, not at all. It's just like a beam of white, blinding nonsense. Yeah, I don't know. Trees covered in snow. What the fuck was that? Hard to tell how it went. That's fair. See, I got no doubts at all that you'll get through the questions. But yeah, when it's like you never know if you're gonna get like biffed by the wording. Like, is this something I don't understand, or is this something that's poorly communicated? Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, that's a lot better than you thought. Why is Serpent Sweep so strong? Guys, we need to investigate. Investigative documentary on why Serpent Sweep is so good. When you say very special, I don't get good vibes. Do you mean asinine and crazy? Or do you mean, like, relaxed and forgiving? That's definitely more in the crazy range, and I'm digging it. The fuck you want from me? I'm not gonna lie, I genuinely love it. Here, we're gonna attune this, and I'm gonna convert it. Wow, I can't without using the one that has this, and I don't want to do that. I want to use that somewhere useful. You know what would be really, really, really good is if I had a better, like, a ranged option like Magasu, right? That doesn't have an inherent anima charge bonus on it already. Slash, that is actually good. You know what I need to do? I need to grind for a better Tarademoke. But I've been like when I pick up scrolls, I've been like I've been like really staring them down, trying to see if I could find one that that has Tarademoke on it, because I'd be like, let's just do that. It's not to say that I couldn't just, like, run to the end of a mission that ends with Tarademoke, but, like, come on. I'd rather just do a scroll. The cost is 4. It's really not that bad. The problem that I have with this, with this anima bonus, this means that the only time that I will get this anima bonus on this setup is when I'm actively using that. Whereas, like, both of these are just universal. Which is how I prefer it. I prefer things to be universal on the anima bonuses, which is why Nupeppo had an unscathed Amrita on it. But, like, Nupeppo, to me, seems like that kind of option is really good when it's good, when the situation is good, but when the situation is bad, it just makes things worse. So why would I want a tool that is only useful when things are already going well? It just, I don't know. That feels short-sighted to me. I can't believe I'm out of mortal cores, though. That's really special. Interesting. Curious. What? Whatever, get out of here. And now he's gonna chase me. Well, he's gonna chase me until his... Yeah, until that happens. Whatever, dude. Ha. I could have sworn I was in between those. Well, so much for this guy. It's like, paralysis is the one bit of my setup that I know it's not optimal. I know that there's better stuff that I could be doing. But I just love it. You're not going to get me to not run paralysis because I love it. Why did this guy notice me? I always forget how long that range is. Couldn't leave that stone behind. That's my favorite stone. Yeah, I figured. Okay, I'm genuinely not trying to break the crystals yet. But this guy clearly wants me to. I honestly, I want to know why the enemies in this game are so position stupid. Like, if I didn't mind just taking the easy way out and just breaking these crystals now and not dealing with the enemies above, like, if I wanted to take the optimal route, then I would just break these right now, right? And then I wouldn't fight the enemies up top, I would just go. But I want to fight stuff. I want to take the suboptimal route. But this dude, like, was just parking his ass over here where, like, the crystal is almost certainly going to be destroyed by just random one-off shots. I genuinely don't understand why this game, like... In the first game, enemies were not nearly this position stupid. Right, in the first game, enemies would actively avoid being too close to ledges. Why is this table impervious? What? No, really. Why are you invincible? Of all the things in... Okay, whatever, dude. Of all the things in this game to be invincible. But yeah, in the first game, they would actually avoid ledges. They would try to stay in areas where you actually had to fight to push them towards certain things. In this game, I will literally avoid pushing them off the ledges, and these stupid bitches will constantly run back into places where they will get pushed off of ledges. It's infuriating, and it makes no sense. Damn it. Come on, dude. Is this guy gonna troll long enough for my pill to wear off? Oh my god. By the way, if it's not apparent yet, I really am not a fan of the split staff. Like, I used to think it was pretty okay. Like, the moves are really neat and impressive, sure. But its mobility and its speed... eh... Like, really, it does feel like Serpent Sweep and Dragon Dance are the only, like, really good options that this weapon has, and those don't move around very well. Obviously, I'm not saying stuff can't be done with... Like, any weapon has viable normals. But who the hell wants to do the entire thing with just normals? Yeah, what he said. By the way that it dropped them down there, it did. You don't feel good with swift weapons. That's where I feel my best. Like, I personally think that, like, when I'm using a hammer, I feel like the game is too easy. And it feels kind of lazy. And like, obviously, I'm not like besmirching anybody else's gameplay style. Like, if you like the hammer and axe, then hell yeah, you do you, boo. But for me, like, when it's like, oh, I'm doing one action every 5 minutes, and when I do an action, all the enemy key goes away. I'd rather be more active. Nope. Please do the fucking attack. I'm just standing there. This input right here, this input, hold A while guarding, is awful. Because when you do this input, the game takes a little bit of extra time to try to figure out whether or not you're trying to dodge or whether or not you're trying to do the attack. And sometimes it just won't do anything, like just now, where I'm just standing there. And neither one of those things has taken place. Yeah, honestly, like, I think here lately my favorite weapon to use in this game is just the sword. I have officially become a basic bitch, and I like the sword. See, like, I have a pretty decent amount of melee key use reduction, so I actually don't have that problem with the... Like, I mean, I take it that means that you actually run the risk with the Mystic of having added attack power when you do an attack that diminishes your key to 0. I never ever do that. But I think I have, like, I don't know, 24% melee key reduction at any given point. What is it right now? Melee attack key consumption, minus 23.6. I was close. And I do that because I really just love keeping the offensive going. Ooh. Still don't know why that particular aberrant soldier just does not want to shoot at you. That's not brute. I've got to stop acting like I have brute. Did I just... Okay, good. Please, for the love of God. I don't want this. Who the hell was shooting at me? Oh, it's that guy. You know what, let's you and I have a conversation. Did you get that thing I sent you? I can't believe it didn't do literally any of those. Hello, sir. I was behind him, so it didn't quite hit when I expected. Was I not guarding and didn't realize it? I feel like I was holding the button to guard. So I don't know what in the hell the game's deal is right now. But it very much feels like there's a lot of things that should be happening that aren't, and a whole lot of things that shouldn't be happening that are. Yeah, I really do prefer it when games like this have more of a balance to how much they resist. I don't like one-shot kills in either direction. Like, I like having to earn it. I also like having enough, having enough grace against boss enemies to genuinely learn what's going on. Okay. Okay. I did the wrong attack. For me, with RPGs in particular, I like to be very completionist. I guess in most games, like if I'm playing a game that I really like, I really prefer to do everything that the game has to offer. I probably don't need any of this, but let's do it. Have a present. I thought that that was going to get taken care of quicker than that. Not sure if that was better or not. Oh, I did the wrong attack. Hmm. See, I don't really like Souls-likes much. Nioh and Nioh 2, I thought, like, were far enough away from a Souls-like to be interesting. And that's because, like, for me, most Souls games just don't have, a combat system worth spending more than a few seconds thinking about. Because, like, without diving deep into the magic stuff, which I'm not interested in, you've got strong attack, you've got light attack, you've got dodge, and you've got block and parry. It's pretty much all that there is to it. And for anyone that like can find fun in that, good on you. I can't. I think, like, with Nioh, like, it gets so far away from Souls just by having multiple different stances and a shitload of different skills, and just, like, it expands so much on what the combat system is. But, like, the low stance dodge gives you, like, very, very, very little in terms of iframes, unless you're using sword or spear, where you've got that, like, side spin. But that one has... Like, the pro is you get more iframes. The con is that you get less distance. And now that we've been sitting here talking about hammer, I think I want to do a stage with the hammer. But let me do my stupid menuing first. Oops, that's not what I meant. Damn it. Wait, what? Oh, I got a Magasui. Yeah, we'll look at those later. Did I fuck up and put a purple into it? Hold on. Okay, those all have transferable skills, but no. Okay, now we're good. Link ring, no. The armor I will actually take, ooh, hold on. Not worth. But yeah, for me in RPGs, really what I like about RPGs the most is to, like... I really like it when I get, like, ridiculously overpowered. Not necessarily because I want the game to just fall over. What I like about, like, the construction of RPG elements is what, like, the interesting thing to me is to see how ridiculous can the numbers become. If I build things clever enough, how stupid can the game get? I actually don't like the effect that dodge range up can have. In some cases, like, dodge range up is one of those things where when you test it out, like, thoroughly, you will actually run into cases where it causes more problems than it fixes. For instance, like, this is probably the quickest example that I can give. Let's say that you're fighting Mezuki and he does that attack where he swings and then he spins around and picks up his weapon past you. So it's 2 hits. If you have dodge range up, there is a relatively good chance that you'll be too close to the backspin to dodge it again. So dodge range up will actually increase the likelihood that you'll be hit by certain attacks. And it's because, like, I do think that enemy attacks in this game were designed around the dodge mechanics that they have. The extended dodge and vulnerability is objectively good. It doesn't have any downsides. Now, it could be that I just need to adjust to what dodge range up changes, like the negative, like the edge cases where it causes problems. Maybe I just need to adjust. But I didn't care for the problems that it caused, so I'd rather just be used to the way that it always works. That's so many words for me no likey. Alright, hold on. Let's do this. Do I have the Bewitching Tower Axe Hammer? Hell yeah. I think we can do that. That sounds like a good-ass time. By the way, I only recently found out that you can double specialize with remodels. So it blew my mind. Like, that whole time all I had to do was look at the bottom of the screen when remodeling a weapon. Well, that did not turn out well. Why did that hit me? I don't feel like that should have hit me, but whatever. I tried to input that for way too long and it just didn't do it. Game, I don't know what you're on about, but Can we please behave together? See, like, I'm not really sure, like, I didn't get a chance when we were playing together to, like, watch how you fight. But, like, that right there is why Hammer tends to feel a little bit lazy to me, is because, like, once I get an enemy on lock, it's pretty much just over. Well, usually Tri-Spark breaks his horns, but the game decided not to follow my input until well after the fact. And then he did an attack that I should... God damn it, dude. And then he did an attack that I should have been able to burst counter. And then it didn't want to do that either. Here, you know what? Eat shit, crab cake. That was my action line. What do you think? Was it action-y enough? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, if you're saying that at first he was really interesting and then he became just another face among the crowd, as it were, then, well, yeah. That's what happens to normal enemies. Once you've faced them enough times, they're just normal enemies. Honestly, the most annoying thing to me, and we may have had this conversation before, but the most annoying thing to me about, like, end-game enemies is, like, none of their soul cores are useful. I mean, are you sure it didn't? Magasu still seems like a pretty normal whatever kind of enemy. I knew it. Some asshole always wants to shoot at me. Boop. And sit down. But yeah, going back to the corruption thing, like, I get why some people are into it, but I don't think that, like, look, I'm a nerd. I'm a power nerd. When I am into something like this game, I test shit. I don't just, like, pick a thing that I like and then think, well, that's that. I don't have to think about this anymore. No, I eventually go back and I run stages with different setups and see how they all, like, work and how they don't work. Like, I face different enemies with them, see, like, okay, well, where did this and didn't this have problems? And one of the big things that I noticed about corruption is that even with enhanced affliction rates, it doesn't proc all that easily. And that's a problem, because, like, you can look at all of the benefits that corruption is supposed to have and think, yeah, but that only matters if it procs. And then outside of that, the enemy or the weapons only have sentience to lean on, and it's like, that happens sometimes. By the way, I know I've been using soul cores, but with the hammer, I really don't need to. I just do it because I like to. Like, the hammer has so much key damage that you genuinely do not need the help. Ah! I never timed that right. Sorry, Granny. Like, corruption feels best against bosses, but the bosses that it would have been best against are pretty resistant to it. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, in all my testing, it's basically the same as Purity, except worse. Oh, that's pulling me away. Good. You can't leave high stance. I mean, I don't know. I switch up, like, my stance based on what situation I'm in and, like, what kind of combat I'm about to do. Wow, I almost got killed by a... I'm gonna die. I almost got killed by a no stamina hag. I wasn't paying attention at all to the poison. You know what, I don't want to do all this again. We're just gonna go there. This is not how I usually do things, but who gives a shit? I'm in control of this show. I'm still not going to touch that shrine, though, because I'm very stubborn. Oh. For a second, I thought he just straight up vanished. I was like, what the hell? Oh no, I'm gonna die. Come on. Well, let's get this taken. One down. Yeah, I'm definitely lucky. That's fine. Why didn't that crack his horn? Honestly, the way that the camera follows enemies when they're in groups, enemies being positioned stupid makes this even more frustrating, that multiple enemies work together in this game better than any two humans ever could. Like, whoever coded the way that the enemies behave around each other is both a genius and a fucking dickhead. Because, like, seriously, the way that they move around each other is crazy. Like, two enemies that are of no threat whatsoever by themselves can be horrifying, depending on how they decide to move around. Like, for instance, when is a skeleton its absolute most evasive is when there's literally any other enemy around. Like, put any enemy around and suddenly even a... What the shit just happened? What was that? But yeah, any other enemies around and suddenly even a tiny weak skeleton is a problem. God damn it. You're kidding! Of course. Why did I do that? That was so stupid. Just die. You're kidding! I can't believe this. Sweet Jesus. Is my luck the worst, or is it the worst? Oh hey, it let me burst counter that time. By the way, there's a little bit of a trick that I use when it comes to paralyzed enemies and Rumbling Earth. So, when you use an attack that causes paralysis on an enemy that is paralyzed, it often does nothing but the damage. So what I have going on with Rumbling Earth specifically, it's in here somewhere. I have Arcane of the Dead on there to remove the paralysis effect. Not every weapon has a dash strong. So, you talking about, like... Because, like, yeah, that's just a dash attack. There's not a dash strong. Same. Yeah, there's not a dash strong. Yeah, even low stance, it's not a dash strong. It's just a basic... Like, I mean, if you're talking about the dash attack into strong... then yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty basic way to handle them, but it definitely works. But honestly, for this weapon in particular, that, like, this move right here can be a little bit deceptive because most finishers you're supposed to use when you're right up in the enemy's face, but with this one you really should use it when enemies are trying to get distance. Yo, what's up, Panda? How's it going? Oh, right! The hag is dead! Oh. Boop. Mashed. My lady does some pretty fucking amazing mashed potates. Plus, I mean, you can do both. I have had a scenario where, like, someone will take the steps to roast potatoes and then take those and make mashed potatoes with them. And, like, we aren't quite that fancy yet. But, dude, if it's done right, it's pretty fucking great. Legend has it, etc., etc. Anyways, Panda, meet Mundus. Mundus and I met by being two visitors on the same game multiple times. Which is not the usual way that I meet people. I thought that my move had started. Now that's just unkind. And I'm dead, because I'm not really paying very close attention. I think I've gotten to the point to where I've just accepted that trying out all of these different setups has genuinely fucked with my brain. So unfortunately, when it comes to like fighting revenants in particular, the hammer / axe is not very good, and it's because it doesn't have a proper parry that interrupts attacks. It only has a couple. Well, so it does. What is it? Spirit Storm. Spirit Storm sucks though, because it has all of the same like disadvantages of a normal parry, with none of the upsides of having like a nice big chonky attack, or setting up for a free follow-up. But like, I can't even remember what the other one is called. It's also Spirit something. But like, endgame revenants, where you end up with like a heavy armor, super armor all over the place, fist user, those guys will tear your ass open. And I hate it. Is that what the other one is called? They're both really terrible. Okay, you. Come hither. I don't want to do this again. Some. But see, if that human has super armor, then you know what's going to happen. You're going to block the first attack, you're going to respond, it's not going to stagger them, and then they're going to rip you in half. If they have enough attack power, which the fist users tend to have. You've been trying to get better with the hatchets lately. I'm going to tell you the one skill that you need to get used to using. No, not that one. No, not that one. Where the fuck is it? This right here. That to this. Wild Surge is just unarguably way too good. Typically what I'll do is and I'll just demonstrate it real quick. Typically what I'll do, and I don't really like throwing hatchets, but, you know, it is what it is. So, you got this right here. This high stance throw on, I think it's Shadow Light. Yeah, Piercing Hurl Light. Light doesn't really need to be charged. Fully charging this gives you some extra damage, but so like maybe that timing. But yeah, Wild Surge is 100% where Hatchets is. Very bad flash attack. God, I never considered how clumsy Hammer would feel in this area. That's not correct. Use this skill. Which skill? I'm thinking probably Dual Hawks. Like, Dual Hawks is a good skill too, don't get me wrong, but like... Okay, Magatsu. Oh, yeah. It makes sense. It's a good attack. Which, like I said, like there's a reason I don't like the hatchets, and it's because like the optimal playstyle for it is very throw shit. Throw shit again, throw it some more. Keep throwing it. It's sort of like how people are with Arc of Chaos for the Switchglaive, which I hate because the Switchglaive is genuinely a good weapon, good fun weapon to use, and then they had to put on some single answer to all problems where you don't have to get anywhere near anything. I genuinely, like, am angry that the Arc of Chaos even exists. Oh, well, no, yeah, that's typically how it goes. Like, if you've ever been on, like, Dream of the Nioh level stuff, and you've got somebody that genuinely doesn't know how to play the game still, it's because of stuff like that. Like, they get a visitor in, like, every fucking stage, and then they don't try. Like, back when I was playing the original game, right? When I was popping off on Nioh 1, when I was doing Toady Gate, for a while I was doing, I guess, what people would say is proper etiquette for being, you know, a helper in Toady Gate, right? Like, I would try to point people towards Kodama, I would stay with... Why didn't that hit? I would stay where they were and try to, like, make sure that I was helping them with the encounters with whatever section they were in, rather than, like, running around and doing whatever. But, like, after a while, you run into enough players that genuinely don't give a shit about learning anything and will just ignore you when you try to point out Kodama, that you get to, like, I got to a point where I just don't give a shit anymore. I will join the Toady Gate specifically so that I can get more Umbra Sight, and if the player does or doesn't advance, I genuinely don't give a shit anymore. And like, while I realize that doesn't sound very helpery at all, it's not. When I go into the Toady Gate, it's for purely selfish reasons. I've only done expeditions with somebody that I know once, and that was a pretty okay game. Yeah. Wow, that was a genuine murder attempt. That dude had a plan and he executed it. Oh, son of a bitch, the camera fucked me. Oh shit, it's a Mossy. Oh, this is a bait. I don't care about this. Have some of this since I'm... ouch, that sucked. Boop. Since I'm berserked, I may as well use that shit. Yeah, hammer stuff got brought up, so I decided it was hammer time. Dude, solo expeditions are really, really fun, too. Get shit on, Fuki. So this should be just over. Later, Fuki, you dumb bitch. Wow, that is a gutsy Kanaki GG. He just went for it. Wait, where's that red dot from? I don't see an enemy here. Is there a crab below there that I can't see? Huh. Where is that enemy? I'm so confused. I already went. You know what? I think I missed a spot. I'll go back down. It's fine. Please open the thing. Derp. I almost, like, I expected her to get shot in the side of the head with one of those. Now that's gonna hit that, isn't it? Boop. Well, that's not what I wanted at all. Wait, what else am I seeing on? I missed something else apparently. What? Well, I mean, it would paralyze you. It just wouldn't paralyze you the same way. Realistically, I mean, whether this hammer had paralysis on it or not, let's be real. You get hit with this big bitch, you're paralyzed. Probably forever. Those are rookie numbers? Yeah. Look, I've got 18,000 hours in God Hand. I know what rookie numbers look like. Hell, I was probably around 3,700 hours on Killing Floor 2 when I stopped playing that. Boop. Man. Well, 2 down. Yeah, I deserve it. And down he goes. Turn to the side. That's really more of a mechanism that I use to realize, like, what timing I'm supposed to do the charge with. There's no real reason to move to his side, it's just a timing thing. God, I love Dweller. How could you possibly not love Dweller? I had the wrong Guardian on that whole time. What a doofus. Oh no, it's a snake. Stop it. I am not sure I agree with that, but okay. He doesn't have any helper snakes. Hell yeah, Dust Force music. On YouTube, some of these tracks get a completely bullshit copyright match from some fucker that has nothing to do with it. I messaged Lifeformed about it, but no response as of yet. Oh no, yeah, okay, real talk. I hate Dust Force. I am not a hyper platformer. That is like anti the genre that I'm into. But the music is so good. I don't even know what Stellar Blade is, but I can look at it. Oops. Yeah, I think you're the person that people were saying I really should talk to about adding OSTs. I remember in Shape's chat at one point I asked people to suggest games that I should look at the OSTs for, and I think somebody was like, you should talk to Mossy about that. Bro, so do I. I have a whole thread on Blue Sky about how basic bitch, like, all of the Dark Souls music is. Like, after, like, I think it's one thing to, like, sit and play through Dark Souls at the pace that you would normally go through Dark Souls. Like, you've got, like, just the ambient tracks, right? And those are fine. And then when you run into a boss fight, they always roll in the same generic-ass choir. And, like, the choir isn't even, like saying anything. They're not verbalizing anything interesting. It's just, oh, like, they're trying, like, please, player, please, feel like this is epic, please. We would really like it if you would feel like this is epic. And, like, after a while, like, I got so dead numb to, like, hearing that choir. I was like, wow, oh hey, the choir is here again. I hear nothing else, this song sucks. Whereas, let me show you an example of a song that is, like uses choir, but uses it really, really well. If I can find it. I actually don't know how to make it, like, add it next, but we're gonna find out together. I definitely have more than just those two. What? Give me that shit. I was like, when I heard this song, I was even, like, more impressed with the fact that there's, like, a hard rock version right behind it, and both versions of that song are in the game, and that made me just giddy all over. Samurai Western's a good game, but that's almost over, so let's just... I loved this. And, like, Obscure 2 is not a good video game. I wanna put that out there. But the music is so good. Yeah. But, like, as much as I loved this, right behind it was this. I haven't added any Killer Instincts to my list. We can look at that at some point, too. But yeah, like, this is how you use a fucking choir, dude. Like, as much as I also don't like Astral Chain has some really good music as well, and also uses a little bit of choir. But, like, look, I'm not saying that Dark Souls shouldn't have the choir thing going on at, like, over-the-top moments. What I'm saying is that it shouldn't be there in every moment that they want to feel over-the-top, because if every day is Christmas, it's never Christmas. It never feels special. Hey, I know some really, really good games that have some killer fucking music. God Hand, Metal Gear Rising, Dungeon Fighter Online used to be really good. These days, I don't know. Kinda hard to justify. It is. I love Metal Gear Rising's music. And, like, I say that the game is good. It's not the best, but it's good. It's good. We've certainly seen worse. What weapons do we want to see to get today, guys? Have we got any recommendations? Any requests? Here lately, I've just been kind of horny for the sword. Bruh. That all things should be horny for the sword. You cannot dictate what skills I use. Request denied, specifically for running into the same problem. I'll fly your monkey, SMH. Yeah, we could do some Kusa. What can I say? I'm a harsh streamer. We can look at all this shit later. I'm not worried about it right now. My equips are just fine. I've started like a Yata Mirror and Yasakani, just this huge collection type. That one. So like, when I get one of a different grace, like I'm just keeping one of each of the graces. Every time I run into one, oh, that's a grace I don't have, put it in the bin. Yeah, I've collected all of these over time. In fact, like, I think that this is like my 9th Grace of Sasano Yata Mirror. And they never really end up with, like, see, this faster key recovery, Murder Absorption, I'm down for that. But a lot of the time, I don't really get a star element on these that I like. Wait, is there a way to make illegitimate accessories? I guess there's probably a save editor out there or some shit, isn't there? Hello? I went to appraise tea utensil and it just backed out completely. Thanks. That was good. Very useful. I already have 4 of those tea utensils, so I'm not worried about that. See, like, the only game I've ever used a save editor on was Borderlands 3, and the only reason I did that was because I got a blue screen of death on a character that I had poured like 178 hours into, and like, the only type of thing that I could even try to recover was like, I had relatively recent footage of my streams of that game, so I would like bring up like my inventory and be like, okay, what guns, what pieces of equipment did I ever show the stats of on stream? And I'd like have to pause it on like the 3 frames where I saw my shield. I'm like, okay, I can just add this item to my inventory. Total pain in the ass, by the way. These days here, I can show you guys this, I think. These days I'm really fucking paranoid about stuff like this. So, I made this file, right? And what this does, so like, I do this for any game that has like long-term, very, very time-intense saves. So what this does is it makes 3 different layers of backups of Nioh. The first thing it does is it copies from the first backup to the second, then from the second backup to the third, then from the first to the second, and then from the actual save folder that the game uses to the first backup. And then it runs the game. So if something absolutely horrifying was to happen, I should have at least 3 layers of backups. And real talk, on most games, that's really not even that much information. Like, out of curiosity now, where did I put that? I didn't, I'm an idiot. Why is... I left my Discord open. I don't normally do that. Oh shit, my lady has a stick-shift Subaru in her bay. That sounds kind of gross. Okay, so save backups, Nioh 2, all of it. everything in this folder is 20.8 megabytes. Bro, it's worth it. It's just worth it to cut down boring farming. See, yeah, I don't blame you on that either, because, like, let's say you want to get all the skill items from Ren. Do you really get anything out of, like, beating up Ren, like, 18 times? Like, once you've got an established pattern, then it's just, like, repeating the same thing over and over. I really don't blame anyone for that. Anyways. So we've got our Kusas. See, I never had that issue, but I will tell you what a fucking idiot I am. I spent, like, maybe a week and a half trying to get Fleeting Edge from Nioh, only to find out that I already had it. Yep. I'm a motherfucking genius. What's even better is to learn, oh, that attack also sucks balls. It's so bad. There's no reason ever to use Fleeting Edge. The Kodama engine. Well, you just, like, activate having found all of them. Why would you advocate for self-harm? They just left this guy around, huh? Double Kasha cores. Are they far enough? No, they're not far enough in the game to have Kasha yet. Well, the host player isn't. Here, since they went that way. Excuse me, sir. I'm gonna have to ask you to calm your shit. Well, I didn't set it to anything. Actually, I'm wrong. This is playthrough 2. So yeah, they might both have it. You're right, you're right. Alright, let's see what this person's got. Wow. The other visitor is very bad. Are we doing any of the extra stuff, guys? Looks like. So I would say that it's really easy to very quickly pick out newbies that don't know shit when they all like bum rush the same enemy that you've gone after, because there's no reason to do that. But almost everybody does that. So I guess that means everybody's a newbie. It does. It just doesn't scale very well when you're this high above the playing field. Plus, I do have some pretty good sets on for what I'm doing. Takemi Nakata is like super busted. Oh, Visitor is the way to go if you want to get decent amounts of Umbracite. Boop. Umbracite is a relatively common drop in multiplayer, yeah. Genuinely don't even know why people bother to try to run up behind me and strike anything. Like, you know that the enemy is going to be gone very quickly. Are they gonna shrine? They did not shrine. I'm not gonna need this, but whatever. This is the best buff. It cannot be challenged. I have my green bowl of extra godliness. But yeah, like, the scaling in this game is just objectively bad. There are places where it underscales, where it leaves players too strong. And then there are players where it overscales. Like, I've definitely seen, in the first game, it feels, when it does scaling, it feels a lot more balanced. But in this game, it feels a lot more, like, ups and downs, where, like, the math doesn't quite work. And I have not been able to figure out in what way the math doesn't work. All I know is that I don't like it. Nothing? Well, how shitty is that? Nothing that way either. Well... Did we get, like, nothing out of that? Just about, damn. You know, I honestly hate these menus. I don't know why donate is here rather than being here on the like, why does not the trade menu have a sell, like, a sell/donate menu instead of it being, like, honestly, if you came in here looking for it, why the hell is it behind clan battles? Like, even if it has an effect on that, it's just a weird place to put it. But yeah, the way that damage is calculated in this game. Now, these are the basics of how it's calculated. I haven't really figured it out like across the board in terms of like what bonuses are applied where in the equation, but basically you've got what's up, dude? Basically you've got your melee attacks that have a melee multiplier, and then you've got active attacks that have the melee multiplier and the active multiplier together. But, like, active skills are not, like, they don't necessarily have their own individual attack rating. It's more of, like, a bonus applied to the melee rating. It's a bit weird, but it makes it make sense when I look at how the game handles increased attack power in terms of percents on, like, when you've got both melee and active together, it's a lot more effective than it otherwise should be. I am not going to help this dude with his dumbass revenants. I'm going to let Mundus decide whether or not he will. Let gravity decide. Bruh. Who's throwing stuff? Cause you don't. It's very annoying. Whatever. So, like, Mossy hasn't been a visitor in other people's games, so I'll explain this because there is a reason why I find it kind of offensive when someone's summoning revenants while we're playing in a visitor capacity. The issue is that when I kill other enemies, right, any drops that come from this Yamanba right here are going to be scaled to me. That's one of the ways that the game makes being a visitor not shitty. When you're killing a Revenant, however, it's scaled to the Revenant. So, like, sure, I'll get, like, glory for it, but the drops are gonna be trash. The same thing was true in Nioh 1, and it's really annoying. So, like, when people summon Revenants, I always just, like, I just back off. Like, that's your problem. You decided to have that problem. What the hell, man? That second swipe whiffed both times. Also worth noting that the scaling is a bit weird. We're on, we're on Dream of the Strong, so the scaling is going to, limit itself to Dream of the Strong stuff in terms of levels, but not in terms of pluses. Yeah, the trouble is that that's not an attack I am accustomed to having whiff. I still don't understand, like, the flash attack on this weapon doesn't look like it should be anything special, but it definitely is. He ended up in the I really, really, really want to find a scroll that has Tadadimoke on it, man. Alright, we'll do one more of Kusa and then change. Either we will use whatever weapon the host player is using this time, or somebody's gonna have to make a request. I do not take requests for skills. I don't mind using the spear, but I'm gonna leave my skill set the way that it normally is. Bruh. You know, for sword, that might actually be viable. Well, viable without it being awful. Oh, whoops, 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 camera, stop! Man. Fuck off. No interest in that shit at all. I am not a fan of the fact that Kanaki GG, like, stumbles backwards when he takes hits. Genuinely, any enemy that acts that way bothers the hell out of me. Well, that looks like the next match we're going to be using Switchglaive, which I'm totally down for. That's weird. Why did that happen? Bro! What is this positioning? I didn't even know that there was any way for him to get right here. I think he died from poison. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't mind if they were capable of it, but then we turn around and they're almost dead. Come at me, bro. Oh, hey. What a shock. I noticed. They died before they fell. Or at least that's what it looked like on my side. Honestly, though, like you know what the most impressive thing about that situation is, though, is that the two of you had one target. So how did he die? Like, what happened? Did he just get in the way, or like the impressive ways that people find to get dead? Oh, they're having fun in there. They can continue that. I'll just work out here. Okay, this is Dream of the Nioh. Oop. Somebody's noticed me. I love how they're doing everything that they can to get in the way. See, this is why multiple people shouldn't really be facing down one target. But of course, the first thing that he did was not only interfere, but immediately put his ass in between me and the target. Let's see if they just automatically follow me. I would prefer that they didn't. You are kidding me. What happened? Oh, they did. He did. He automatically followed me. Bruh. Why? Why are people this stupid? I have no idea what you're doing. I guess I'd better go the same direction. Yeah, enemies aren't designed for multiple people to be fighting the same thing. And not only because, obviously, a lot of them can't defend themselves that way, but also because, like, say... And this is a problem that I ran into a lot more with this particular mob on the first game. But take One-Eyed Oni, for instance. Giant boy, big ol' fists, one eye. The best way to fight him is to circle around him and bait him to punch in the wrong directions. But if there's two people, like, let's say I'm circling around him properly and you think he's focusing on me, you catch a punch to the face, or maybe he suddenly focuses on you and I catch a punch that I shouldn't have because his rotation is no longer under control. It's just instances like that. There's a lot of stuff like that in this game, but genuinely, like, one of the worst habits that anybody in this game has when it comes to having a visitor is just brainlessly following the visitor even though they clearly don't know what I'm doing. Like, even when they do know what I'm doing, do you not have your own plans? Yeah, yeah, I'm not gonna go that way because you're bad. And you're gonna follow me. I don't care. Like I said, like, when I first started doing visitor stuff, I actually tried to take on the role of, like, you know, trying to help people learn stuff, and I'm just so past not giving a shit. Right, but you don't get lots of Umbracite that way, unfortunately. Yeah, have fun with that. I'm going to run past and actually deal with this. You sense a visitor's presence. That's not what I'm pointing at. Are you serious? Woosa. What the fuck? Okay, what? You know what? Whatever, dude. I don't want you fuckers here! No, I'm just gonna back up and let them deal with it, because apparently I couldn't be trusted. Right, who wants it? Y'all got it? Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. Alright, y'all are gonna fight that? Okay, I'll just back off then. That would be pretty sick. Hey, did you guys know that 3 people need to be present in order for us to take down a fox spirit? 1 person couldn't possibly. Yep, I don't got it. Please interfere. Well, I'm just gonna ignore that and get this done then. I stopped 1 strike short. I really wish Infinite Retribution was good. Unfortunately, not the case. What do you want to bet? They're just gonna follow me again? Whoops. Oh, hey. That's not the following that I expected. Hey, he noticed me very easily. Well, this is unfortunate. I better get my paralysis shit on. Oh, hey, look who followed me. You know, see, if there was any intelligence going on here at all, what would have happened is instead of following me, they would have dealt with the Nudikabe up there. Of course you did. Yep, and that robbed me of drops. Far as I know, all the poison is gone. There's no reason for us to be fucking around out here anymore. Oh good, a barrier talisman. Hope you guys didn't want to have any anima. Yeah. And, like, I get it to an extent, because there are some cases where, like, the most egregious form of carry is a lot more possible. Like, if you, the host player, were to just sit still and wait for me to open all of the shortcuts and then take all of the shortcuts, you might have to cross paths with, like, 5 enemies. But instead, you prevent me from opening all of those shortcuts. The only doors that the visitor can open they're typically doors on the other side of like a shortcut or an alternate region. So, for instance, at the end of the map where Enenra is the boss, the Beast of Smoke and Flame, I think that map is called. If you drop into the furnace and then drop down, kill the Ippon Dadara, and then climb that ladder, the only way out of that area is to open that door from the other side. So if they prevented you from opening that door and you were the visitor, you're just fucked. However, there was one door that I know of in the first game that actually had that problem. In The Ocean Roars Again, that spot on the map where you go up onto the rooftops and then you go around to the side and drop down, and there's this little like L-shaped like broken bit of pier that has the other shrine on it. The only way out of there is to go past this section right here and then to the side, and then there's a very large blocked off door. For some reason they didn't think, you know, maybe you would want to open that. It feels a little silly that, like, if you go back there, you're just stuck. Because there's no way to tell the other player, hey, I genuinely cannot move. You have to come fix this. I mean, it's one of those places where it's like, look, if you know the problem exists, you can keep away from it. Like, as the visitor, you don't have to drop down there. Just don't drop down there. But, like, just the fact that it exists shows that they really did not think this through. Alright, I didn't even see what weapon the host player was using there. Did anybody else see it, or does anyone else have a different request? Emphasis on different. What am I wearing right now? Life damage taken. That's a 4.9%, but that's only a difference of 0.2. Man, Ocean Roars Again sucked so bad. Like, honestly, I think that Nioh 1 has objectively the single worst map in all of both of the games. And I mean objectively, not subjectively, objectively. And I don't know what I don't remember what the map was called, but I think it was the first main mission in the first DLC. The one that just, like, rains fucking arrows every time the gong goes off when you're out in the open. It's like, it's annoying enough when I have to deal with that problem myself. It is the goddamned worst thing ever to get called to that stage as a visitor. Because you know the other player is about to catch a face full of arrows. And there's nothing you can do about it. You cannot protect them from that. Now, as far as, like, the Ocean Roars Again versus, I think the mission is called The Song That Calms the Storm. Am I correct? A Song to Calm the Storm. I was pretty close. I don't think that this is as bad as The Ocean Roars Again. In my personal opinion, that's subjective. The other one is objective. If you don't think that that's the worst map in both games, you're crazy. And honestly, that map wouldn't be that bad if the fucking rain of arrows wasn't a thing. God, that gimmick sucked so bad. Ooh. This rarely happens. This the one that ends with Frog? By the way, why is he here? I believe it is. Yeah, I think it's the one that ends with the giant frog. I think no, the one that ends with Tate Eboshi is the one where you co-op with the monk fella. Are you fucking... Stop it! I do not remember what that one was called off the top of my head because I haven't really done the DLC missions that much. Oh. I don't know where the other guy went. Frankly, I'm okay with that. You know what sucks is that you don't get Ember Sights as a basic drop in solo expeditions. I really, really, really wish you did, because if that was the case, I wouldn't do this shit. I think that this Stardew Valley music perfectly fits this game. You can't change my mind. My mind is unchangeable. Hi. See, this guy just followed me. He had no idea why. Had zero clue why I dropped down, and he just followed me. Bong. Maybe he opens that box, maybe he doesn't. He just walks right by it. You know what my favorite thing is when someone just mindlessly follows me falling down these. As though everyone is going to survive that fall the exact same. Yeah, of course he's gonna interact with it. Why wouldn't he? Oh, I forgot that guy was there. Yes, kill him. No, yeah, kill him. Kill? I swear to fuck, man! Dweller, too much for host play. Have you not noticed? Of course you haven't. He's probably gonna die. Jesus, man. You'd think that these multiplayer games would just be an endless source of highlights, but sometimes you look back at this stuff and it's genuinely PTSD inducing. Why are you leaving yourself mostly not healed, my guy? You could fuck off and just let me handle it. Or... God damn, dude. Okay, I guess you've got it then. I'll leave you to it. Bye. Whoops. Ooh. I don't want to target that. Back to good soundtracks. Jesus, fuck, you're still fighting this guy. Dude was still fighting an electric on Nioh with fucking purity fists. That was not a short amount of time. I'm not worried about those. Like I said, PTSD. I am a little surprised that he survived the boss fight, however short it may have been. So he was using fists, so it's fist time. This is how I've been, like, getting myself to keep relatively well practiced on everything. I feel like I'm getting, like, back into a flow of how my setup works versus the shit that it was. Oh good, it's Castro again. Hey, did you know that you don't need to follow me? Sweet Jesus. Immediately joins the game and jumps right up my ass. Okay, have fun. Sweet Jesus. By the way, if you start this animation and get called away by the host player interacting with a shrine, it'll totally fuck up with the way that the game loads the section you get pulled to. I just about forgot what I was doing. I use paralysis on everything, but yeah, paralysis on Fist and Tonfo work ridiculously stupidly, yeah. I love paralysis, dude. I think paralysis is hella fun. Okay, that's fine. Oh hey, it looks like the area still fucked up. But only for a moment. Are you guys gonna catch a boulder with your face? Just about. This motherfucker is just going around invisible watching us take care of everything. See, this is why I don't bother to teach anyone. Like, what's the fucking point, mate? Oh, God. You deserve nothing, and I hope you get less. Yeah, I was about to say, he's not going to survive those kicks. I genuinely feel sorry for people that think that Archer's impact is good. It's like they look at a thing, they assume it's good without knowing anything about it, and then they never bother to find out whether it is or not. Like, I don't understand the mindset of people that don't bother to find out for sure if what they're doing makes sense. You know what? I guess. You get like guides that are telling you like, oh, this is the most overpowered, amazing thing in the game, and they're talking about some dumb shit that doesn't make any sense. What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, I didn't ask for that, but cool. Bonk. I don't know what this guy is doing, and frankly, I don't care. Maximum disrespect. This motherfucker just activated a quick change. Bro, it's not that serious. I officially hate this Castro person. Alright, the other weapon that I see right now is hatchets. Because the host player is still mostly using fists. How do you know it's a fellow Brazilian? Is that a person you're familiar with, or did their name mean something in Portuguese? I see. We got a fairly large number of Brazilians in the God Hand Discord. Like Roni's in there modding shit. We got some people from India and Indonesia that are also in the modding group. That channel is always popping off with something. Okay, this is Restless Spirits. As they shouldn't. The PS2 is the shit. Oh, whoops. I think the host player is also using... Yep. So, the oddball out right now is that we've got the visitor is using Odachi. We could use Odachi next, that's fine. What the fuck? What the hell just happened? I've got to look at that again. Guys. This motherfucker says I took 648,575 damage. What the fuck happened? I am like... Zana.exe has stopped responding. Well, I'm definitely highlighting that shit. Oh hey, a couple of things I can add to my I don't want this list. Twitch genuinely, like, doesn't suggest anything to me in my recommendeds that I would ever watch. Anyways. No, you know what? Get that out of here. NIK underscore. But then again, I also have footage of it. I'm definitely highlighting that. We 100% killed that boss. I'm not like concerned that, oh, what if I didn't do well? Like, I did fine. But what the shit? I can't imagine using both cheat engine and visitors. Evidently, like, the capacity that people have for like desperate behavior is beyond my understanding. Well, this is really... That was really sad. So, I genuinely never laid eyes on the other players. I don't even know what they looked like, let alone what weapons they were using. What? Oh, I bet I know what's going on. This motherfucker is trying to get it to give him the spiral. Yeah, oh, NCK underscore. I'm not fucking around with this. I'm not gonna be part of your grind. Cherry Lisa. Now I ended up on the same mission that just got failed. Oh, they probably died. Oh my god. Katana Infinite is not using a katana. That's a split and a switchblade. I love how, like, under no circumstances did either of them think to shoot back at the guy that's shooting. No one ever thought, you know what I could do? I could see about doing something about this other guy. These two are completely hopeless. I absolutely pushed the button, but okay. Sweet Jesus. Well, so much for my plan to let these guys separate. I swear to God, dude, the first thing that you did was interfere in the worst possible way. Look at this fucking chaos, dude. Oh, of course. I was gonna be like, what do you think? You think he's gonna pick up both the NPCs? There wasn't enough chaos. We need more chaos. What the fuck are you doing? Are you serious? Are you serious? So how are you guys doing? Now he's gonna have to repeat the earlier portion of the stage. It's gonna be a good-ass time. It's about to rain there. Yeah, you know, it's funny. Roni said the same kind of thing. Like, okay, so Roni speedruns God Hand along with me, and he's been taking down some of my easy mode times. And there was a run that he did that I had to reject because of it was a combination of things that neither one would be that bad by themselves, but because they both happened at the same time, it made things kind of impossible. So the computer that he uses to track his timer went, it crashed in the middle of the run. Normally that's not a problem. But he also had a chunk of video missing, and he told me that that was because it was, like, his internet was having trouble because it was raining. I didn't know that that was an issue. In Brazil, apparently, it seems like any time that it rains, Brazilians have problems with their internet. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know that that was such a common issue. I guess I would ask, is that all of Brazil or just certain places, but far from downtown. Fair enough. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, fair enough. Okay, Right, I probably conflated the two because, like, so, a long time ago, my partner and I, we lived, somewhere where the power going down was like a fucking daily occurrence almost. And so we got these power strips that have big ass batteries in them, so that when the power went down, our stuff would not just immediately turn off. So now I don't really equate like the power going down with suddenly not having our electronics. Like I don't know if I'm saying this correctly or not, but where we originally put that together, the internet would still go down because we weren't in control of that part. I didn't mean to use the Oni Bee, by the way, but whatever. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, I get you, I get you. It's gonna pull me over to the shrine. Unless... Okay, well, they're gonna go that way, I'm gonna go this way. I'm kind of surprised, like, I haven't run into any love in Brazil for Asura's Wrath. And that seems like the perfect game for y'all. It's full of all of the big crazy moments, man. It's so good. Later, buddy. Asura's Wrath. The one this song is from. The game is super fucking good. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't get it, because that game is baller as fuck, dude. It's so good. But like most people never got into it. It's very strange. Oh wow, they never interacted with the shrine. Might I recommend interacting with this one, though? What time is it? 2:45? A full playthrough of Asura's Wrath, cutscenes included, is about 6 hours and 45 minutes. Thereabouts. Not like an exact science, but it's pretty close. Bruh. Okay. I went down the wrong way, but I stopped and they just kept going. A lot of floods, that's no good. Who's using what? Stop running around, I can't see you. Tonfa. Okay. We can do Tonfa. It's an old problem that got worse. I believe you. Everything has been getting worse lately. Here too, actually. Well, maybe not like here, this state specifically, but here in the USA, just I don't know how much you know about our news lately, but if you value your sanity, I wouldn't pay attention to what's going on over here at all. Everything over here is just madness, and like for problems like the one you're describing, basically what the government appears to be trying to do right now is make everything as bad as it can possibly be. Yeah. It's a bad fucking time. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Genuinely, I think it's worse for your mental health to know what's going on in this country. But at the same time, I don't know if it's... Like, it's probably dangerous to not be aware of what's going on here, but at the same time, it's so fucking rough, dude. I hate it here so much. What was I doing? Oh, you know what? This song here reminds me of something. Did I ever add Strangers of Paradise to this list? I didn't. Right, Tonfa time. Reality bad, game good. Yeah, I end up on this map a lot. People are really good at dying here. No mind. Somehow I believe it. No mind was using Adachi. Dawn of the Demon. Is this pre or post Otakamaru? Post. Okay. Oh. Sup? Having a bad time, huh? Why did they come back here? What, mate? What are you doing? What is he doing? Now I know why you wanted to be saved. I get it. I understand. Afraid you can't fix, stupid. Like, honestly, I say that it's bad manners to do that with visitors in tow as well. Like, if you want to explore the space and find everything, do that solo. Maybe you get better at the game that way. This dumb bitch. You know what? I would leave him to fight the Itsumade alone. The first thing that he did was cast a fucking Kasha. SMH, bro. I'll take the one on the left. Yay for cutscenes. I wouldn't normally do nothing but ground quake, but Tate is very capable of being super, super rude. Yeah, there's not a lot of things that you can do effectively to her. It's not worthwhile trying to, like, paralyze her either. Thanks, menuing. What was the host player using right there? I'm looking at these and wondering why they have different amounts of damage. Or different amounts of attack, rather. Like, this one has more break. I know why that one has more break, though. Whatever. It's not like it's that big of a difference. I mean, like, it's weird. One part of me, like, hates that because it's lazy as shit. But another part of it is like, well, at least I can use them to farm the things that I want from this. They are also using a sword. You want to back off and let him have the proper one-on-one? I'm thinking about it. Because that's how an honorable warrior fights. While this person has no plan for human targets whatsoever, you have a sword. Like, the sword is the de facto human destroyer. I mean, that wasn't a terrible idea. So, if I'm honest, kind of surprised that they made it. I didn't expect them to win. Starting to get a headache. No, yeah, he didn't, like, he was just doing, like, basic attack strings over and over. And Megasu. Wait, this person was just here. I don't want it. If somebody else wants to help that dude grind for the drops from Otakamaru or from Tateiboshi, other people can have it. I don't want it. Or is this needless rebellion? Alright. Nobody left in the gate for now. You know, I wonder if I should just start disassembling divines. I don't really use them for anything other than soul matching fuel for pluses, and I get enough ethereals to not really worry about that. Anytime that my storeroom gets full, the first thing that I do is just like highlight all the divines and dump them. Actually, you know what? I'll finish all of this, and then we will see one more time on the sword. Because we've got soul cores to look at. I mean, yeah, when I get a divine accessory, well, particularly when I get a divine Yasakani or Yata mirror, I will always dump them into the penance stone and see what grace they'll get. But aside from that, eh. Ooh, okay. Yes, please. That's what we want. We want things that do paralyze to have paralyze-based anima bonuses. Yes, sir. I don't know if I'll ever use it. Here's what I'm thinking about this. I don't know, like I'm always collecting like soul cores and trying to optimize stuff that I will almost certainly never use. Increased attack. I already have this on my helm. I don't think it's worth caring about in the form of soul core. See, I wish this had anima bonus poisoned enemy. Yeah, like, I mean, like I said, like, every so often I'll go through and I'll retest stuff and I'll look at things and there's never a finality with me. Every so often I will go back and I will double check everything. It's like, particularly, like, say, in Borderlands, for example, as my badass bonuses went up, the weapons that were and weren't good changed several times. So, like, keeping that in mind, in RPGs, that tends to be the case. As your stats change, what is and is not viable are going to change. See, Anima Charge Enhanced I've tried on before, and that makes so little of a difference that, like, it was completely not worth giving a shit about. Anima bonus elemental attack. So, one thing I have not... Okay, I'm going to use this for testing, so we're going to lock that. One thing I've not been able to adequately figure out is, on anima bonus elemental attack, does it affect sort of the fire that you deal to an enemy? So if I do that damage using Kuroka, does the damage I use when I activate the core itself feed back into the loop? I think it does, But I've never actually tested it. Interesting. Do I have... Yeah. Because both of those are good, whereas on this we've got increased attack yokai ability hit, but again, I've also already got that on my helm, so I don't think that this is actually that useful. Remove. Unlock. Sure, I mean, I'll get the added drop rate. Attune. Well, actually, I don't need to attune it because I'm not using that right now, but we are going to lock that. That's definitely a good brute dweller. Faster key recovery. Now, see, I gotta say, this right here, like, that looks like a pretty fucking brutal dweller, doesn't it? My question is, and like, feel free to answer me if any of you guys know, that yokai ability damage feral, like, those two bonuses, do they apply to all of the cores that I have equipped on that Guardian, or do they only apply to Dweller? Because if they only apply to Dweller, then these bonuses are completely fucking useless. But if they apply to everything, then this is really, really, really good. You know what, I could test it. What else do I have? I want something that's a single, noticeable, chunky strike. Okay, we have a... Okay. I have a plan. Oh, I forgot to look through the rest of my stuff, though, but I do have a plan. Yeah, see, that I want to test it, because... Like, Fuki will be a good way to test it, so I'll put Fuki on where Magasi Warrior is... and then we'll take the Dweller off and test his damage in Dojo, and then we'll put it back on and test it again. I was like, the way that these things are worded, it's always very weird, because I know that there's, like, in the first Nioh, there's some things that are worded strangely, and it's because their translation didn't quite narrow down what their intention was. And because of that, there are some things in the first game that work certain ways that I don't think that they were intended to. I don't remember any examples off the top of my head, but I know that they existed. May as well. Mm-hmm. Do I have any... Got one, but I'm not going to use that one. I'll just do it with this, it's fine. Mm. That's so useless. So, like, what about, like, this core, right? What is 2.6% of 4? Ooh. That's, for anyone who's curious, that's, it's like 0.1, I think. Bruh. Utterly without value. I'm aware, but I know that the numbers on these don't go up that much. It's like, here's the thing. So, where were we again? Okay, 2.6. So I need you to understand that on a cost 4, in order for that to bring me back 1 anima, that would have to go up to 25%. And something tells me it's not going to get anywhere near. Yeah, 7.7 is still trash. Hyper trash. Totally useless. Especially since that, like, check this out. Anima bonus purification. It conflicts with anima bonuses. It, like, bro, like, what anima bonus would not be better than 7.7 super efficient yokai abilities? Like, let's be real. Like, that's not even coming close. What other one? Let's see if that had anima bonus electrified enemy. Even 16.9% is not very good. Again, like, the fact that it conflicts with anima bonus, like, anima bonuses are going to be a lot more solid if they're good. Grapple. You know, I still need to do some testing with Fuki. I'm sure that there's got to be some way to make him, like, have a decent utility. Okay. Let's get rid of everybody else. Let's go test some shit. Attuning soul cores in the dojo is weird because you can't just, like, go to core management. You have to go to change guardian spirit and then change what is and isn't attuned there. So I probably should have done this step outside. Unassign. See, that could be really useful depending on what core it is, though. It's like something like Nudeona doesn't do any real damage to speak of, or Dweller doesn't. Dweller's first strike has an okay amount of damage on it, but the second and third are all about key damage. Boom. 3,049. Okay. Where's me dweller? Okay, yeah. So it was 3,049. There's no way. There's no way. I must have hit him in the face with that. 3,462. Yeah, I must be accidentally hitting him in the face somehow. I'm not really sure. Like, it didn't do that at all the first time. Bro! What is happening? $34.62. That's got to be the real number. Yeah, $34.62. Jesus Christ. Let's shoot this guy a little bit. I mean, it's funny. It's interesting. So yeah, it like something on there is definitely so like okay. There was 3,034. So that's like over 10%. So I think Mundus probably nailed it. Yeah. Yeah, yokai ability damage I think is only applying to Dweller, so that's actually fairly unfortunate. I was pretty sure that you were right because, yeah, like you pointed out that there is one that specifies that it's for everyone. It's not like that 14.2% isn't good. It's definitely good, it helps. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, most of the cores that I prefer are utility. There's like Magasu Warrior does a decent amount of damage, but that's not why I use him. Like, imagine like huge giant damage buffs on Ubume. I'm not even sure that, like, Ubume doesn't even do damage, right? Literally just has the key damage if memory serves. Oh god, it's this person again. Hmm. I genuinely hate these fuckers with the guns. Skeletons are super annoying. We're not here to threaten you, just to piss you off. I got stuck on a rock and almost farted on. What a horrible experience. Bruh. Bro, get off of me. Cool. This dude with his backsteps, man. You know what? That person was also using sword. Let's move on to using dual sword, because I haven't done that in a while. Well, that effect only happens once. Like, having it multiple times doesn't stack. Unless you were talking about the Yoki that kept on backflipping away from you. Yee. I don't know what the deal was with that. He just over and over and over was just backing away. That was crazy. As soon as I decide to use something different, it doesn't have anyone for me. Hiss. It's interesting to see how many times I get struck when I'm just super lazy about it. You know, I'd really like to use that Nioh 2 randomizer. If it didn't break in so many different stages, I would be super down. Meh. I don't want to do all of them. I think I'm gonna go after this because I am genuinely starting to get a pretty rough headache. Later, buddy. Later, buddy. The split staff cannot get a double. What new skills are we questioning? Like, if you're asking, do I think that it needed new skills at all? Like, no, probably not. I mean, I like True and Through. But if you're asking me if it needed it, nah. But if I personally was, you know, out of my own opinion going to ditch or keep any new skills for it, I'd probably just keep True and Through and leave everything else out of it. To be honest, like, instead of making new shit for sword, they really should have been coming up with something to distinguish dual swords that didn't... Like, honestly, for instance, Sign of the Cross was already too strong, and then they made it faster. Like, why? They shouldn't have did that. They should have actually come up with, like, other genuine reasons to use the dual swords. I'm trying to remember which one Flowing Shadow is. I would actually argue Flowing Shadow is not a good attack, and that Sword Key is way better. But, you know, yeah, Sword Key has always been very, very reliable. Like, Flowing Shadow's biggest issue is positioning. Its outcome position was not always particularly reliable. I did not expect that to one-shot him, but hey, whatever works out. It is funny, though, how many other attacks in this game are, like, now built after Flowing Shadow. Like, there's, what's it called on Tonfa? The unlockable skill, Storm of Strikes, or... Yeah, on Nioh 2, they gave a lot of attacks that have super armor, damage reduction. But that's not at all why I would use that particular strike on Nioh 1. I used it to empty enemies' ki. And for, you know, for smaller, weaker enemies in groups, it's a pretty good way to control crowds. Yeah, flowing shadow is way better against people. And I don't mean revenants. I mean actual IRL human beings. It's like in PvP, that stuff was rough. That shit caught you off guard, there's a pretty good chance you were dead. But then I would follow that up with, who the hell was playing PvP on Nioh 1? Come on. I feel like there was probably like 4 or 5 genuine tryhards, and then everybody else who didn't give a shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like you could just like pop it off on somebody in the middle of what they're doing. Like when Revenants do that against the player, it is super, super rude. But honestly, I can't think of any place in my gameplay where I would put Flowing Shadow and have it like actually make sense. Boop. I did not expect that to kill. I expect it to hit, do a chunky bit of damage, have her fall down, respond with the finisher, and I expected that to kill. What's up? I left a little bit of money. I can't do that. That's against the rules. But yeah, Flowing Shadow, particularly in Nioh 1, when you get up to the point to where most things are just like, I barely grazed you, you're dead. That is where especially Flowing Shadow's utility starts to drop way off, because the way that it moves and the positioning is... It definitely... Yeah, it definitely can be. Particularly if you catch an enemy guarding. Yeah. And key damage is doubled from behind. Oh, you mean Flowing Shadow. Again, its position, like the position that it puts you in isn't as convenient as it really, or not convenient, consistent. It's not as consistent as it should be. But again, like, what I tell people is, like, if you can get it to work for you, use whatever the hell you want. I got owied. Like, I acknowledge that, like, in terms of its actual raw strength, it's definitely stronger than Sword Key. The problem is that because of the way that it handles the positioning of the player, for one thing, most players just don't even think about that. They just think, ooh, strong move, use good. Grr. But, like, even when you're considering that and keeping your zoning and positioning mindful, there are still times where it will dump you in some really shitty spots. And Sword Key will never do that to you. Yeah, True and Through is good. I like it. Break Rock. No. Break Rock. I mean, I remember, like, the quick draw EI on Nioh 1 being better than it is in Nioh 2. Whereas, like, honestly, True and Through kind of feels a little bit more like what EI used to be. Like, in the first game, I remember genuinely having, like, that internal debate constantly about whether I should be using EI Quick Draw or Night Rain. Whereas, like, in Nioh 2, oh, beyond question, why the fuck wouldn't you be using Night Rain? Like, Night Rain is so fucking good. And it's because EI Quick Draw feels kind of shit now. Whereas, like, True and Through kind of feels like it pumps out that damage. On top of that, True and Through doesn't eat up that slot, so you can have True and Through and Night Rain. Which, that part, I'll admit, feels kind of broken, but... eh. Ooh. Ooh, hello. I might try that over Magasu. Reddit bonus inflict saturated. That's about as good as you could hope for from a Yasha. But yeah, I am not feeling great, so I'm gonna do some menuing and turn this off. Yep. Alright. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, I got another cheese press.
Oh my god. I wish you could see what this fish was doing on my screen right now. Holy God! Ow, my ass. That's good. Can I scan this? Are you kidding me? Good. Okay. Hey. Ow, my face. Sir, I'm afraid that that's just not acceptable behavior for me. Nobody's gonna speedrun. What is going on with the graphics on this vehicle? Look at this door. Look at this door. There's this big clear film on the door. What is this? It's the window! It's the fucking window!